Hi. What's going on? Just gotta configure my shit here. Alright, hi. Configured it too much. Unconfigure. There we go. So, hope everybody's having a splendid Monday morning. I hope you've already listened to the Monday morning podcast. Whatever the fuck you guys listen to. I woke up to a lot of plugin work done by iQuare and some wireframes and command icons done by DF, so I am a happy boy. Alright, so where we left off last time was we had to grab some additional coordinates and whatnot for attacking. But there's another thing that... there's another level to this. An additional layer. Looks like I already made an attack notify block. Which is good, because that's basically what I was thinking would have to happen. But, something tells me... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't have that much work to do with this. I was thinking I wanted to add some more functionality to it, but mostly it was making that block, so... The fact that it already exists means I don't really have to worry about that as much. One thing I am going to do before I keep editing that, though, is I'm going to change the name of the file. Because that is very confusing. So we'll just quickly edit the names of these all. And then close them all. We don't really need those. Okay. So, throw that on the other view. Throw this one here. And so now we have an actual way to distinguish between these. Pretty nice. At some point I should probably look into why Google Crash Handler keeps starting on my computer when I don't have any Google software installed. It just seems strange to me. Oh, here's another thing that seems a little strange. Why would that be happening? Oh, maybe because I fucked up some pathfinding. That might have something to do with it. Unsurprisingly. Hey, what's up, Connor? Hope you are doing well. It looks... well, that shouldn't be there. In fact, I'm really not sure why that was over there, but... alright, we fixed that. Was there something else going on that I'm not aware of? If I scroll all the way back up and I find the other ramps, maybe it will shed some light on this. Oh yeah. That's what we call a sizable fuck up. It looks like I just... the fuck? I wonder if that is like that for all of these. It looks like it. That's weird. That's very strange. That seems like it would imply to me that there's more fucked up about these than just those few tiles, but all seems well other than that. So I guess we'll just fix those and go about our merry way, or go on our merry way. I feel like go about our merry way is accurate. All right, let me just check the height here. Well, those aren't going to be particularly useful anyway, but Yeah, it was actually only those that was fucked up, it seems like. Oh, we found some. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there exactly. Over here it's fine. Okay. Confusing, but we fixed it anyway. Dude, you did a lot of work. I don't know what you're talking about. I woke up and there was like 40 messages from you. I was like, oh fuck. So that was awesome. You can switch between upgrade entries and they will load correctly. Oh, okay, cool. So you basically are waiting, like, the only thing that's left to do now, I guess, would be to write the data to a file and then figure out, well, I guess you'll probably have to make it so that the plugin can load that data, but... Or, you know, the game can actually read that data. But yeah, it sounds like you made some good progress, which is nice. So, props. Nice work. Alright, so I think we fixed those. Let's close this. And this. And, where's my MPQ? I don't remember if I cleared the tile set down here. Probably. Probably not. Let's see. That's another reason to rebuild the EXE from scratch, to be honest. I can test the whole thing on stream now. Yeah, I have not tested anything else. I was folding laundry, funnily enough. All right. So, I believe... Alright, so you wanted to show voiding. Now this should only affect non-heroic ground units and air units that are within a fairly small radius. Oh, and we can see the void car. I don't know what the fuck happened here exactly, but maybe that's intentional. Also, that's pretty epic. I forgot that that unit is technically an air unit. Bear blower blows kill enemies. Well, it already deals splash, but maybe that's a more interesting behavior. I'll think about that, and if I come up with something that's seems relatively simple, then we'll implement it. I'll give it to you to implement. Alright, so those are all heroic units, so that would make sense that they wouldn't void. Or wouldn't blow. Hey! Alright, hold on. Oh, well, it worked. I just happened to... Get voided. That is pretty good. I like that. There's no sound effect, but that's okay. I can probably make one and send it to you at some point. Alright, so voiding works. That's pretty epic. I like that. Now, what else? There was some other stuff too, right? There's the equipment. Oh, I like that it flashes in I didn't get the transparency in all the frames, it looks like. I'll have to fix that. I'll come up with my own at some point. Unlock class 19. You're just barking at me? What is that? So now we're unlocked, right? But if we have to research it again? Oh, we need to set the time cost to 0, I guess. Well, I can do that for both things.
Are you my dog?
All right.
Maybe?
His button set is fucked. But that seems to have worked. Didn't you say that you implemented the hide cloak? I gotta actually add the buttons for the this stuff. Naturally. Alright, so Bark Master. Yeah, okay, so that's why it's just a bunch of random shit that I never finished. Okay, so add an attack and oh, I thought I already set it up, but it was probably a while ago. Okay. Okay. And then there was build a dog. Alright. I haven't added much as far as strings go. Let me see.
Upgrades complete. Upgrades complete.
Alright.
Yeah, no, like yeah.
It looks like his energy gets reset when his unit switches.
Hello. Anything you ask. Hello.
Okay.
Pay me. Maybe?
Oh, there's probably no cheat, whatever it's called.
Yeah, no, like yeah.
Oh shit! Dude, he's got the hide cloak.
Yeah, no, like yeah. Maybe?
I like that.
No. Yeah, no, like yeah.
I don't think he regenerates energy while he's hide cloaked. I can't tell. Maybe he loses it.
Happy birthday, Necron! Maybe?
He still loses all shields when he mind controls. We gotta get rid of that hard code. It doesn't seem like it actually reduces his energy either, which is interesting.
What is that? Oh, God. No. What do you want? Maybe?
Oh, oh,
Maybe?
oh,
Yeah,
Oh.
no, like yeah.
oh,
Maybe?
oh, oh, oh.
Maybe?
Oh.
Happy birthday, Necron!
That is psychotic. I like that. That's pretty good. Alright, so Barkmaster Kudu. Shields. Dosing. Energy. Cheat codes. So I just wrote in your DMs about the to-do list for the rescue program / mind control thing. I think that's the only thing that's fucked up about the Barkmaster. Oh yeah, and while permanently cloaked with the hide cloak, it doesn't regenerate energy, so that's another thing that needs to be addressed. But those are the only two. Like, well, I guess there's like 3 things for mind control and then 1 thing for hide cloak, and those are it. And then you asked me for a weapon ID for death by doe burning effect. Okay, so you need a weapon ID for the death by doe and a weapon ID for the damage over time, which makes sense. That one I can set up pretty easily. We just open up weapons stat, and then we open up unit stat. And I just now scrolled up and saw Connor ask me how I'm doing. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Sorry for taking forever. I'm very focused today, it seems. We're getting some work done. What else do we need to do? We have to look for... I don't remember what the Pizza Boy unit ID is, so I gotta go find that. 29. Okay. Alright, so this will be weapon. The other thing, though, is we're going to need to find some way to... I'm basically going to have to import new graphics, I think. Unless we can get those... unless we can get the unit ID comparison check for iScript. Because I don't want to gamble with using Ace in the middle of a fucking... Like, the last 3 days of development of a project does not seem reasonable. But if we could get that, then I won't have to do this. But what I'm thinking is I'm going to have to... basically find some unused iScript entries and copy them over. Cullen will have the same graphic either way, regardless of his class. But that's the idea that I'm having anyway. It's the idea that makes the most sense. Is either, you know, basically rely on that. That seems to be the most likely thing. Because we need different attack animations and probably different spellcast animations for certain things. But at the very least, different attack animations. So this was 57 is the ID. Oh. Wait, this is already used by something else. Who's Arcturus Manx? Oh, that's the Barker. Oh, hold on one sec. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so I gotta find a different weapon ID for the Barker then. Yeah, Void Cars, they run away instead of attacking. I wanted them to be aggressive, but unfortunately they didn't. They're just pussies, dude. Fucking suck. I wanted them to just start attacking any old enemy. Okay. So we can't use this for the Barker. Let's figure out what we can use. There we go. And then... There we go. Okay. So then we have 57. I have my cheat sheet here that tells me all the stats that I wanted to do. So this is for Death by Doe. So we got 10, factor 2, plus 2, 60. Oh, here's something that maybe you would know about iQuare. I'm really annoyed that Blizzard or whoever set this up made it so that if the factor is 2, there's automatically 2 projectiles fired or 2 attacks. Is there a way to make it so that you disable that behavior for a specific weapon ID? Because I want the attacks to fire at different times. So basically what I want is like something to the effect of a... Well, just the same way that I would, like, delay the attack in a normal situation where you're firing 3 or 4 projectiles. I want to be able to do that for 2. But when the factor is set to 2, they automatically fire 2, it seems like. I just would prefer to not have to deal with that, right? Because, like it says right here, usually multiple of this value, by the way. Yeah, so it's just dumb. And I would prefer it didn't happen that way. Well, I can, but then it will display an inaccurate damage amount. So I guess that would be a tooltip thing that we could fix in GPTP. Okay, so we'll do that then. So that's that weapon. And who else did I need to do? Oh, the good boy needs to be done. Right. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, if nobody had hooked that before, I would have been very surprised. Oh, maybe not. maybe that's actually what I should expect these days. Ay. Oh yeah, there's a couple of other things I need to fix in the tile set now that I think about it. For example, it's just those tile blends that I've made need to be fixed up. Wow, I scrolled real far, real fast. Not quite sure how that happened. Alright, so there's those. Let's make sure those are fine. These should be unbuildable. Yeah. Oh, maybe only the first ones? Yeah, never mind. That's fine. Cool. And yeah. Alright. Yeah. You. Well, yeah, I'm gonna be diving into that come March. It's one of those things that I've put off for too long, I think. Yeah, just the one that blows up. It's a nice, nice little taste of what's to come when the full version shows up. Oh yeah. Hold on, before I test anything, I wanted to make sure I spent some time. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. We are going to have to make, or find some way to remove the cost entirely of level 2. And obviously change the string like you already mentioned.
Upgrades complete. Upgrades complete. What is that? Hey. Maybe?
Still not working with Cheats SMH.
No.
Still doesn't get rid of.
What is that? Hey.
Its energy. This part is fixed though. What was the other part? It was oh, the shields are no longer removed. That's good. And then what else did I complain to you about? Oh yeah, the other one was the cheat. All right.
No.
2 out of 4 then.
What is that? Maybe?
All right.
No.
Cool. I'm a fan of that. I like that the choir hall is the size of the fucking almost the size of that structure. It's pretty good. Oh, when you use the gathering cheat, it doesn't allow you to cast mind control. I think that was not the case before. Like, it might just be a GPTP bug or something. But I'm not 100% sure what it could be. I feel like this blocks off too much. But there's not really much else to put there. This is the smallest kind of structure that they get, so. And even, like, that also kind of blocks off too much. And isn't particularly, aesthetically pleasing either. Oh, actually... I just realized that I pranked you, so sorry about that. When the cast wasn't working, I thought that meant that the oh, okay, bye. I thought that meant that the cheat wasn't working at all in any capacity, but apparently it was working just fine after you had enough resources or enough energy. I'm pretty sure that was the case anyway.
Upgrades complete. Upgrades complete. You just barking at me?
Okay.
Yeah, no.
So that works.
What is that? Yeah, no. Like, yeah.
Alright, yeah. So it's working. Cool. So I guess we can move on entirely to well, for most of the cases, I don't care about cheats, but since my brother may have some difficulty when playing, I wanted to make sure he had the ability to use them. Just in case. For literally every other project I ever release, I disable cheats. Like, even my map crap maps generally have cheats disabled just by virtue of the framework mod. Sure I didn't miss on any structure. Alright, time for add-ons. Choir Hall Chicken Coop copywriter. Also, I placed all these for the wrong player, I'm pretty sure. Have to fix that. Ah, yes. Add on, more like add in. Yeah, you would need like you would need some models from DF pretty much. You need some custom assets. So many trees. I don't know about that one. That one seems a little dangerous. Seems we've struck a happy medium somewhere. Can't even get a unit over there to build it. I'm glad DF snuck in the fucking call me hands, call me dad, call me moms emoji in the fucking Donut shop windows. That's great. And if you scroll in, well, I don't know if it's really. I think he said something about how there's supposed to be like packed crowds in there or something, but I don't know. Maybe that was me reading into it. Can donut shops have add-ons? They that would be pretty funny if I made donut shops have like a deputy den or something. Deputy, I don't know, something. Donut deputy would be a new unit, and it would be like a weaker version of the officer. Spam unit. Just add on, and it would come out of that add-on. That would be pretty psychotic. IMO. Alright. We've got some good layouts here, I think. AIs I currently have for map 2 are, well, I've only written out Steve's. I still have to get his new targeting regions done, and then he's done. I don't know why this is still here, though. Like, we fixed the bug with that, right? Oh, that would probably be why. Yeah, there we go. Fix that right up. Trying to find if, you know, any other obvious ramp-related errors. Oh. Now that's psychosis. Alright. I can pop into the first map and test it.
What do you want? All set up over here. Hell yeah. Last time you had a base, you ran around the entire map dogging your enemies, and your base died in 20 minutes. You have lost your base privileges, mister. Yeah. Let's smash some anime. Yeah, no, like, yeah. What is that? Hey. Yeah, no, like, yeah. What about a lifespan next time, moron?
The happy birthday Necron line is still the best, in my humble opinion.
Are you my dog? Are you just barking at me? Maybe? Yeah, no, like, yeah.
Oh.
Hold this bullet. Happy birthday, Necron! Yeah, no, like, yeah.
No. How would I have possibly... If I ever implemented gameplay effect from Crow Cause, you know I've really learned programming then.
What is that? Hey. Are you
Hi.
my dog? Happy birthday, Necron! Hey, what are these Void doing here? I'm not even done working on that race. Oh no! They've retconned themselves into the map! That's just wrong, man. No.
Big things return! Rex fanfiction, punch them!
Did he say punch them?
Yes?
Okay, thank you.
Crack is sure, crack is not crack this time! Die!
Things are not looking good here. We're getting wucked.
Next time,
Remember me? It's Mango.
Oh, fuck!
You actually.
They've driven me back, boys.
maybe?
Dude, what a disaster. Oh, shit. They're avoiding. Do I have enough money? No, I need more coffee. I guess I can make Void unit somewhere, like the Void Walker. What the fuck?
Hey,
Dude, the Void are spinning.
yeah, no, like, yeah. Hey. Huh? Hey. What is that? Get a better lifespan next time, moron!
Dude.
I wonder what
Oh,
happened.
I forgot to recall. Ah!
Upgrades complete. More donuts.
I don't have that kind of regeneration yet, guys. Oh, bye. Oh, fuck! Dude, look at this attack force! This is ridiculous. This is the first Void attack. Bye. Alright, well. Try that one again. See if we get any messages from the Void annihilating everybody. I like that the Void sometimes... Okay. Sometimes crash the game.
Hi! Hi, life, hi!
Oh, that's bugged. They aren't training them. There's a broken respawn trigger that's building infinite numbers of Cullens. I don't think it matters much, though. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they can... Maybe they can turn back the tide. Oh, fuck. It's the only chance. The broken trigger infinitely spawning Cullens is the only chance they have at not dying a horrible death. Oh no, they're spawning over there. I have a feeling it's not going to matter much. But anyway, it doesn't seem like we're getting any crashes or anything, so... That's pretty good. Ah, spin. Bye. I guess they can't. Look at this stupid ass wireframe DF made for these clowns. I like that it has this little flickering thing going on too. That's pretty cool. I'm looking for a Void Seeker, but I don't see any. I'm seeking a Void Seeker. Dude, the Cullen clones have arrived. Now that's an epic fucking idea right there. Like a Cullen clone army that gets deployed at some point. I'd hazard a guess that'll show up in some map at some point in the future. Annihilated. We're here to safeguard the fucking police force, dude. All right. Anyway, I don't need to revive Darian. Okay. This is such a complicated system. I don't know how I ended up doing that, but... Well, there you go. Hopefully that fixes it. Void is allied to both animes? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like I described earlier, the Void, if they were hostile to everyone, which is what they will be eventually, they're going to be, like, the focal point of all Mongolisms. Basically, if that ends up happening... or whatever, like if they were hostile to everybody in this map, they would just wipe the fucking floor with everybody, including the anime. So... I'm confident that I have to retool the early attack waves, basically. And only go into the attack loop of the first attack, basically. Later on at some point, like either I have to reduce the overall number of units added in the generic like attack loop overall, and then add like additional time jumps or whatever to guarantee that the psychosis continues as ordered, or I have to hard code in like a preset number of attack waves in the early stages. It's really funny though that like, I'm having so much difficulty with an AI that has an infinite amount of money because I'm using the same... Like, obviously, it's natural that this would happen. That if the AI has infinite money, of course you suffer the consequences of that if you're implementing a system that has the AI actually use that money to any degree of competency. Which illustrates why it's such a bad concept, generally speaking. So in this case, I have to gimmick the AI to basically perform poorly. And that's the only way that the game can remain balanced, right? So, but it is kind of odd that I went this way because I thought it would be simpler to do it this way, I'll be like, oh yeah, that way I don't have to worry about, I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to worry about balancing them. Well, turns out I do, just the other direction. Anyway. I have every confidence that my brother will be able to win. Eventually. Even if it involves me rebalancing the map after he plays it the first time, I have every confidence that this will work. Alright. I don't know what the first void attack is specifically. What I know is it uses this plus this algorithmic shit. So, which basically just reads the... normally it reads current resources. In this case, it reads amount of time, game time. Well, I don't know which commands are 161 that was only in knaves and not in ours. Let me take a look. All right, let me take a look at. Well, hold on. Let me finish what I'm doing right now, and then I'll take a look at the stuff that you were talking about there. Some more. I think there's 2 more that I have to do. They don't even get upgrades, which is probably one of the reasons why they fell off. Like I haven't written the upgrades for them yet. So that's probably got something to do with put the in here. I think replace unit was, but I'm not sure. Replace unit is useful for mods, basically. Ideally, there would be some way to do this on a more without having to rely on AI script things, but it's actually useful for a couple of different things, though it's probably niche in cases where it would be useful. There's an example that I did where I had a tech jump in... I had some sort of tech path in an early draft of Inconsummate 2.0's first mission, where the Protoss would either have scouts or reavers, depending on which tech path they went into. And so, oftentimes, I think for an early test of this, what I did was I just replaced unit. It was something like I took the hero, the H_Phoenix or something like that, for the, or it was H_Dragoon, I guess, because obviously there's 2 Phoenixes. But I basically did that. It was attack at H_Phoenix or H_Dragoon or something, and then depending on their tech path, I would replace that with either carriers or reavers, depending on what some other variable was. So somewhere else in the thread, I would use replace unit H_Dragoon reaver, or if it was the other path, it would be carrier. And so that was some way to make use of it in a more conventional environment. So I still found some usages. Obviously, you would probably want different quantities of carriers and reavers, so that wouldn't work out always, but that's one example anyway. Is just so that I had some other way to do it. And I think I even used it in Hydra for a similar purpose, where I have hatchery requests in the... I was going to use this. I don't think it worked because buildings didn't work this way. It was only for units. But I had hatchery requests, and I replace unit hatchery gateway if it's a more gateway-oriented build path, and I replace unit hatchery Stargate if it's a more air-oriented build path, and that was for Vzergo 1. So I don't know if that would work. I'm pretty sure you said something to the effect of you didn't expect anybody to use it that way. But that was one of the things that I did, is basically treating it like a variable and changing the what that variable referred to, what unit ID it referred to. And so I could definitely see utility for replace unit. Base layout has obviously got utility. Eventually we're going to outmode most cases, but not all of them, with a better algorithm. But until then, we need it, and even after that, we're still going to need it for some specific cases. Just like how most of the time I don't need to use guards because I have default min, and the AI is pretty good about staffing, guards in all of its town areas, assuming it has units to spare. And but even in cases where the AI is generally pretty good about it, I'm going to need to request guards for bunkers if I want them to staff them at reasonable times. I'm going to need to request guards to simulate scouting in some cases, or to place siege tanks in strategic locations that the AI otherwise wouldn't use, or to do anything like this. So basically specific locations. So the same exact thing is going to happen to base layout once we have a better algorithm, where the AI doesn't need to rely on it as much. They will still need it for some things. For example, town hall placements, probably. But even if we end up getting those automated, it's also stuff like rushing the player or positioning certain things in a very specific way that the algorithm otherwise doesn't want do. Hey, take it easy, Connor. Obviously, unit name is good, again, sort of as a placeholder. Probably won't be that useful for for future things, but for example, map crap, I would use it in a lot of those, I think. And, I think I did use it in the second map crap of this season. I don't think I used it in the third one, but I might have for some niche things. But it has some niche utility for sure, even in serious projects. Let's see. Lift land is I kind of consider lift land. I don't know what it is in the code base, but the way that you have to implement it into the AI script feels very hacky to me, like a very rough workaround. I would like that to be improved in some way, but pretty much the only way I can think of is like creating base layout type area declarations and saying you can place these here, infested command centers as an obvious example, and then having some sort of built-in like custom script behavior basically that would allow you to tell the AI at what point do you lift off and bring this structure over, and then like maybe tell them to emergency land in the nearest position if they're under attack, and also to request guards and stuff while it's flying, like for protection, stuff like that to help safeguard the investment. Basically, like stuff like that I think would be more useful and more less error prone, right? Like less prone to just getting busted by certain edge cases, right? So more safe, as well as more general purpose. But I think lift land was an important start. It was also probably one of the more complicated AI script commands you had worked on up until that point, so I'm sure it gave you some valuable expertise, experience. But what else? Reveal area is more niche, but probably would be useful. I think reveal area, as far as I understand, like if I go in here and find it. If I can find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this only does for reveal fog, right? So that only does basically the fog of war layer. I will actually, now that I have been reminded of that command's existence, I will probably use that all the time for the express purpose of not actually having to create map revealers and reveal stuff, and more so as like a way to like minimap ping, reveal fog, like do some sort of work to with the trigger systems and the AI. That'll be really useful, I think. But obviously it's very niche. It's only for like campaign maps and stuff. But I can already tell you that there's going to be some utility to that. Kills obviously was the go-to for stuff until player combat just now came into existence. And most people are still using it if they're trying to detect combat, because player combat isn't public yet. Will it be useful after the fact? Yeah, probably, as a way to detect certain conditions. So yeah, there's all sorts of stuff like that. When you want to detect certain kills, I think that will be important. So, it's a bit more niche now than it was before, but still useful. Player jump is obviously incredibly niche. I think I've only used it once. And, yeah, it wasn't very... It was a prank, for sure. But I'm glad it exists. I'm glad that I can use that to prank people. And so I don't think that it should not have been added, per se. It didn't really come at the cost of something else, I don't think. So. What's up, Alexander? What's up, Veek? Hello, question mark. Who made the police buildings? They're ripped from a variety of sources. A lot of the add-ons and the garage structure, this one, are from Outlive. I threw the police shield on it, which is why it looks so fucked up, because I didn't know what I was doing when I did that. I don't remember where this bunker is from. That's from some other... I think that's like a original content from somebody, like some original asset. And the rest of them, I think, are from... I want to say Armageddon, but that might not be the case. So... You sent 2 messages about AoE 3, which has nothing to do with iQuery's question, so I also have never seen it and have no interest in it. I don't know what he wanted me to respond to. I was in the middle of answering iQuery's question. Wait your fucking turn. And even then, you seemed like you were talking to iQuery more than me. Yeah, iQuery and I have talked about the building algorithm that we want, though. I'm not familiar with Age of Empires 3 as far as how it does it. I don't think I saw anything that struck me as particularly dumb by the AI, but I kind of assumed that it was all pre-placed. I don't think I ever saw the AI actively try to expand, but also it's been a long time since I played that game. It was like 2 years, I think. But yeah, like there's a ton of shit that you have to take into account, like iQuery says. There's also, more broadly speaking, like ways that the different personalities are going to impact the algorithm, I think. There's AIs that may want to spread their stuff out. There's AIs that may want to keep their stuff close together. There's AIs that may want to be hyper defensive. There's AIs that may want to get a lot of ground, get a lot of map control, and have a lot of space for production structures, rather than put everything in a more haphazard manner, but as a result need to be more intelligent about their defenses or something like that. So yeah, like I said, I'm not very familiar with it. I always go into every RTS assuming that the AI is fed money, cheats in a variety of ways, has a bunch of pre-placed shit. But I also don't think I scattered around in that game very much, so I wouldn't have known anything. That's my assumption because that's most RTS games. But Age of Empires 3 was uniquely terrible on a mechanical level, so nothing its campaign was going to do would have saved it. And most of the time its campaign was a bunch of gimmicks anyways, so it was nothing to salvage there, on top of it being 3D. Good that it actually does have to build up on somewhat of an even footing, as you're reporting, but unfortunate that it was not a useful experience. Well, them pre-placing walls, that makes me think that maybe that was to cover up a weakness with the AI, but you are also saying that they have some sort of decent algorithm, so I'm not sure why they would pre-place the walls in that sense, but if that was the case, right? Like, I always try to figure out the motivation of somebody who pre-places stuff. Like, are they doing it because they don't trust the AI to do it properly themselves? Like, as a developer, when it comes to like a custom content maker, a modder, they usually don't understand anything, and they're usually not worth anybody's time. But when it comes to actual like developers, they're also usually not worth people's time. But there's like they have a more intrinsic knowledge of the AI, generally speaking, and so their decisions are a little bit more. I would imagine they're a little bit more consistent. There's my issue with anybody who is trying to prevent cheese, right? Like, and when I'm doing this myself, I also have to ask this: is like, am I preventing a strategy that requires skill to execute and can be done without relying on map knowledge or whatever, or anything like that? Like, am I negating somebody's ability to express their skill, or am I like, you know what I mean? Like, in theory, I should be able to build my AI in such a way that they are able to defend against early aggression. So basically what I'm saying is there's a fine line between making something, cheese-proof or difficult to cheese, and making something that just prohibits or punishes early action, right? And so I don't know Age of Empires 3 very well, obviously, so I can't speak to that particular game, but that is a concern that I would have. And yes, pre-placing is usually done for storytelling because they can't figure out how to make it make sense otherwise. I mean, like, there's ways that you can get away with certain amount of pre-place stuff. I plan on exploring that the more we go into Hydra, because obviously the more you go in there, the more of a presence certain factions are meant to have. But there's also ways you can make that more fair, insofar as if the AI does have a lot of pre-placed shit, maybe they have to spend time activating it. Like, one of the ideas that I had was when you invade Ire, the Protoss are initially not prepared for that, and so they may have some pre-placed defenses. Or they may have some positions that are advantageous, but they have to set them up. They have to repower them or something like that. They have to activate them in some way. And so, like, the first bits of time are actually spent, like, building a lot of pylons and getting the defensive line set up, and that could be, like, a defensive AI specifically designed to do that. And so that's better than just pre-placing a bunch of fucking cannons and saying, okay, you're done. So much better, in fact. So... Right. I mean, if you have factions that have established presences, you can do this by... I think you can just do that by showing that they have a level of organization that trumps the previous opponents that you faced. But I'm not saying it's necessarily an easy problem to solve either. Like, that is one that I'll have to think a little bit more on. I think, for example, when you're... Like, the final battle of, like, Full Circle... There is supposed to be, you're invading like a really key strategic location or cultural site or something of the Protoss. So there's supposed to be some established presence there, but like in that case, I think I would probably have to buttress it by having an AI ally or two sort of engage or distract the pre-placed stuff. So essentially kind of nullifying it in a sense, but that basically becoming the new early game replacement, right? So the player would still have an early game, and most of the AI on the map, including enemies and allies, would still have an early game. But there would be some way to create some distinct environment where you do have these armies clashing, and they do have a fairly, more than you would normally see as far as a established presence on the map at the first frame. But it would be something in which you can still do early action on. You can choose to support your ally, or as a result of them distracting the enemy and engaging the enemy, you can take that opportunity to go and find some expansions in the early game, or to tech up in a way that maybe, like in a conventional sense, if the AI did have all this pre-placed shit, you wouldn't stand a chance of being able to do any of this. You would only be able to, specifically defend against the specific amounts of enemies coming at a very specific time from specific angles. So you'd have to have map knowledge, and you'd have to figure that out. This way, we remove all of the negative aspects of it. Well, not all of them, but most of the negative aspects get removed, and then you can challenge players to work around this new starting area, this new sort of game state that they initially, or match state that they initially jump into. But it is still gimmicky. There's no getting away from that. So that's where I'm more interested in, like, finding different ways, perhaps clever ways, to preserve the consistency, so not having gimmicks, and not having to rely on using an AI ally to engage an AI enemy, because they both need to have they need to have some way to ignore that or remove that. So one way to do that in this specific case that I was talking about, Full Circle, would be like the established presence is actually like civilian population, so they don't really have that many units. They're not going to be very aggressive. They're going to be more rallying and trying to defend, and that opens up some time for you to take some advantages in the early game, to pick them off in the early game so that they don't become a nuisance later on, or to do any number of those things. And they also serve as sort of a buttress, like a buffer for the other AIs that are going to be more packing a punch. And those ones are reinforcements that are setting up in the early stages of the game, like you are. And so those are like the fresh arrivals, the new arrivals. and then you've got the more established presence, but it's just trying to, take map control and stop you from being able to advance, as opposed to trying to shut you down immediately. But there's a variety of angles you could go in those situations. Hello, Keegan Carbine. How are you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. As far as Protoss structures, temples, strongholds. Yeah. So like the environmental storytelling is a good piece too, and it will, like, if you engage an enemy and they're surrounded by like monoliths and structures that are clearly meant for civilian and cultural purposes, that has a very different feel to it than engaging an enemy that's just got some terrain around it that's like nondescript. So, no, I do not play Starcraft 2. I spend my time on good games where possible. I can't really say that with a straight face because I know everybody here knows what I play. But yeah, I make Brood War content. That's what I do. So I think I did everything here for these guys. Was there anything else after the moderators? No, we're good. Why do I want to remove all pre-play stuff in the first place? Because anytime you give an AI a specific set of advantages that are not alienable, that cannot be negated, you are removing the opportunity for the player to engage with those elements. And to fully engage. Obviously, you can attack a pre-placed unit, but you can't stop that pre-placed unit from coming into existence because it's pre-placed. So because it's pre-existing, you do not have the ability to engage with it, to stop it from coming into existence, to deal with it after it comes into existence, but have taken some additional trade-off so that, yes, they built this army of 12 zealots that they didn't have pre-placed, but in that time, I set up some defenses. I expanded. I teched up. I built my own army. Any number of responses. So you're removing the opportunity. It's like, think about a melee game. Think about a melee game where a trigger event pops in 5 minutes in and gives your enemy some units. Well, there's nothing you could have done to stop that triggered event, right? Because it's a triggered event. Just like a pre-placed stuff. You can't stop that. You can't work around that. You can't respond to that. Beyond just dealing with it when it comes up, which is a very small part of an RTS's gameplay. So you're removing all of the engagement regarding RTS. You're removing almost all of the engagement regarding what you can do as a player when your enemy is going down a certain tech path or building up a certain amount of units or starting to expand at a certain time. And you remove all the decision making, you remove all the agency of the player, and now all they can do is respond to whatever the unit is, right? So that it's just, not only is it unfair, but it's also not interesting. You're not putting the player in an interesting position. So yeah, to make it balanced, you have to give the player a lot of starting assets, and there is such a thing as information overload from the first frame of the game when you start up, and you've got allies that have a lot of pre-placed shit, and you've got yourself that has a lot of pre-placed shit. And you've got to take all of this into account and find some way to assess how powerful am I, how powerful are my allies, when I scout, how powerful are my enemies, while you're also trying to take stock of everything that you have. Like, that's an immediate amount, injection of information overload that the player has to spend time figuring out what they actually have, rather than immediately being able to see, oh, I've got a command center and 4 SCVs. Or more realistically, I've got a command center, I've got 6 SCVs, I've got 2 supply depots, I've got a barracks, I've got a hero, I've got a bunch of units, and I've got a bunker, I've got a missile turret, I've got an engineering bay. Like, being able to say, I've got X and Y very quickly, and also be looking out for the terrain of the map and be like, all right, there's a choke point to the north, there's a choke point at the 6 o'clock as well, so I've got to cover both, 12 and 6, and then maybe there's a choke point at 4, and so, I've got to deal with these 3 entrances into my base, and then there's like a side passage to an upper ground where there's an expansion, and I can go scout that out. Like, you're making a lot of early decisions immediately as soon as you get into the game, and a lot of it is subconscious when you've played the game for as long as you and I have, Veek. So whenever you're doing that, you're figuring out all of these different elements. You're taking an assessment of the situation and trying to figure out what your next move should be, what your first move should be, and what all your moves after should be, and what your overall goal is in the early stages of the game. So say I want to expand by 10 minutes. That could be a goal. So what do I need to do to make that a reality? Or more realistically, you're probably expanding sooner than that, but that's just an example. And so, yeah, you have to go through all that, and you got to figure out what exactly is going on and try to assess that. And when you have a lot of pre-play stuff, it becomes much harder to get through the assessment stage. You usually waste the first like 2 or 3 minutes figuring out what structures you have and what your starting resource bank can be used on, and making all these decisions. When if you just get them more naturally by building them yourself, then it's more reasonable for you to you made the decision. You have an attachment to it as well. So one thing you'll often see me do whenever I have a lot of pre-placed units is I usually just suicide half of them because I have no attachment to them. Just like if they spawn in as reinforcements, I didn't earn them. I didn't do anything to get them. They're just here. So I'm just going to throw them around and see what I can find out in the map and try to assess that from there. And that's obviously not what you want out of gameplay. You want your actions to actually mean something. And when you are using shit that you didn't earn, your actions can't really mean anything by definition. So of course, that's going to also be a contributing factor. And I think the other thing about pre-placed units in general, another thing is that you're removing the opportunity for the player. When you pre-place stuff for the player, you remove the opportunity for that player to say, yes, this is what I want, and this is helpful for my strategy. And so like this obviously has an impact even when you pre-place just workers and your starting base. Maybe they didn't want that base. Maybe they would have preferred to build a base in another location, right? But they don't get to make that decision. Maybe they would have preferred to lay out their supply depots in a different way, but they don't get to make that decision. And the more decisions you take away from the player, the less the player can have any agency themselves. And obviously there's always going to be some compromise in that, because the player can't decide literally everything in the game, at least not yet. But they will be able to, at the very least, have more decisions to make and more agency over their fate, and be able to claim more responsibility when they do win or lose, or when they find success or failure. The less you pre-place for them, and the less you pre-place for the enemy, the more agency the player has to engage the enemy. So there you go. Oh, what's up, Mage? No, I got a good friend of mine to make the donuts and coffee, which are the resources you mine. I ripped a lot of the assets from a variety of games: Outlive, Aatrox, Armageddon for the Crimson Glory, and I think some are from Impact of Power as well. And then others are just kit bashes or small like stuff that community members made. I did do a lot of recoloring or reskinning. The donut shop is also it's a kit bash of an existing structure, but it's something that, again, the same guy, DF, his acronym, the same guy who made the donuts made those. We got all sorts of cool stuff here, so. You still lose to easy AI. Oh, so asking for beginner tips. As far as gameplay goes, I would just say, well, it really depends on person to person. But I think what I was talking about earlier about forming a game plan and trying to figure out what you want as your goal, like players who are really focused on what's going on and generally are good players, they can explain what they're doing at every step of the way. Like, so if I was a professional grade player, which I'm definitely not, I'm very bad. But if I was a professional grade player and I was playing a game of Starcraft, and say Starcraft 2, because you asked me about that, I assume that's what you're playing. So I'm playing Starcraft 2, I'm playing as Terran, and I have a replay of me fighting against another professional grade player, and I win in 15 minutes. And so if you pause the game at 3 minutes in, and I was just setting up some production structures, right? You could pause the replay, and ask me, why did I put those structures there, and why did I build those structures at this time, and why, like basically why anything, literally why did I do X or Y, and I'd be able to tell you. It's because at this time I know that my opponent is going to be trying to do this, and based on fighting this opponent in the previous times, or just based on gut feeling, I've decided they're probably going to go for, say, a bio build, and so I'm going to answer them, but with a different kind of unit, and so I need to build this structure to get that unit. Basically, like basic reasoning, right? I'm not as familiar with StarCraft 2 multiplayer as I used to be, so I have no idea if any of this really makes sense in context, but hopefully it's enough of an abstraction that you're able to understand it. So if you can figure out what you want to do, and then you can come up with some ideas for what could get you there, that's a good way to improve as a player, because then you can say, I want to be, like, say I'm playing against an easy AI, like you were describing. well, I need to make some units to kill them, obviously. So in order to make units, I need to make money. And in order to make money, I need to make workers. So it all, you basically create this decision-making tree. I need to build an army. I need supplies and resources to build an army. And I need workers to get supplies and to build structures, or to get to resources and to build structures that have supply. So it all comes down to needing workers. So you start building workers. And then, like, as you understand this, as you understand the mechanics and you understand what you actually need, what tools you need to give yourself in order to fight against the enemy, you can pretty quickly start to improve based on that. So you just got to think about it. And some people lose because of pressure as well. Like, some people feel the pressure of fighting. And so, like, confidence comes from just knowing what you need to do at a given certain time. So know what you need to do what you know you need to do, and eventually you'll get there. A lot of it is also down to practice. Right, so if you've already sort of figured out, like, you've triaged the situation, you found an error. And the error is you have a lot of money floating, and you're not doing anything with your money. So that means you need to spend your money, obviously. But what can you spend your money on? You can spend your money on an expansion to make more money. You can spend your money on additional production structures, such as, say, like 12 barracks or something. So every 150 minerals you have could be another barracks. And if you have 3 Marines in a queue, or I guess 6 because reactors, that means that you have enough money to build a barracks. And your Marines that are in the queue are not doing anything. So, like, I'll start up Brood War real quick. And we will find some time here. So I'm just gonna run through this real quick, and I'll try to explain my decision making. Obviously, it's a different game than what you're talking about playing, but it translates enough. So my objective here is to get a bunker and put some Marines and fire bats in it. Because if my opponent is Protoss, he's probably going to attack me with 12 Zealots. Because that's how the default AI plays in this game. So that's what we're going to do. So every 50 minerals I get goes into SCVs until I hit about 8 supply. And then I save up some money for a supply depot. So whenever I have 100 minerals, I will build a supply depot. And I will try to keep an SCV in the queue the whole time. I will fail because I'm bad. That's okay. That is my objective. So that's what I'm going to try to do. So I'm pretty close to getting enough money. So we're just going to take this guy. And we're going to find our choke. Going to queue up another SCV because we have enough money. We're going to build the depot. Now my next breakpoint is 150 minerals where I can build a barracks. So that's what I'm going to do next. And so as you can see, it just comes down to, like, making sure that I have enough supply in order to keep building units, right? So I'm going to get supply block for a split second here. And then we're going to build a barracks when we have enough resources. This is not a actual ladder map either, so maybe there's something going on with there for the normal timings, but I also don't play melee, so... And I don't know any build orders either, so that can also help you. So grab a refinery. Like, I know 10-10-10 is a build, but I don't know what to do with it. I just know it involves building, I think, a barracks, a refinery, and something else. At, when you're at 10 supply. Maybe it's a command center. Alright. Let's get that bunker up. And then we're going to need more depots, so build that. And so that's basically it. So, like, as soon as you have money, you're spending it. Trying to keep as close to 0 as possible, so we're not floating any money. Since I'm going to be supply blocked for a second, I'm going to Build an academy so I can start to work on my fire bats. And again, always try to build workers. Obviously in StarCraft 2 they even tell you how many workers you need, so if you don't have that amount, no excuse not to build them. They casualified the game. So if you're really seeking improvement, it's pretty basic. Build another depot.
Not enough minerals.
No problem. So hopefully this is a simple enough demonstration. I still don't know my enemy I should have scouted, but we'll do that now.
Additional supply depots required.
There we go. Only supply block for a short second.
Not enough minerals.
Get some medics. My enemy is a very slow motherfucker. I should have set them to Protoss for the demonstration, but it's okay. And our next move is to get another depot.
Did someone page me?
Not enough minerals. Add-on complete.
Looks like it is Protoss, and they fast expanded. We'll keep this scan because they might have done that.
Forces are under attack.
Oh, they did a Forge fast expand build. That's funny. Alright, we're gonna roll in there and see what we can do there. As you can see, I'm starting to float money again, so we're gonna build another depot, and then we're gonna build another barracks so that I can spend my money faster.
Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough
And we're obviously floating a lot of gas here, so would probably make sense to grab an engineering base so that I can...
Not enough minerals. Not enough forces are under attack.
Is this the classic no gateway until 30 minutes build?
I'm on the job.
It might be.
Where does it hurt?
It's a pretty epic build either way.
On my way.
Alright, well. Well, let's see how that works out for you. They still don't have a gateway. Well, our AI is trolling us. That's okay, we can still use this. I mean, even if you have an empty map, you can still use it to learn. Right?
Not enough minerals.
So, have no fear. Fuck that probe. Get him. Annihilated.
Where does it hurt?
I'm used to my own mods hotkeys. Classic mistake. Yeah, they are Viking themselves. And so yeah, like really all we need to do in this particular case, right, is train units. Just like you were saying. So just keep training units. When we are out of money, that is a good sign.
Not enough minerals.
Just build units, build structures. I could have taken some time to expand as well. I stopped building workers. A very grave cardinal sin. Build more Ahmeds. All right, now they have a gateway. We better be worried about that, man. Did we ever get stim? Of course not. Get him. And we don't have +1 armor or weapons, as a matter of fact.
On my way. On my way. Did someone page me?
Not enough minerals.
I guess it doesn't matter if I build barracks against Protoss because they don't even build any fucking gateways until 10 minutes in. How much was it? No, it's not 10. Not yet. It's pretty fucking close. Folium. Fuck those cannons, dude. And they built a lot of cannons. Alright, bye. What are you guys doing? Mongol. Mongol attack! Stop pressing A, please.
Research and upgrade complete. Your forces are under attack.
I can't believe there's no gas in these naturals. That's psychotic. So there you go. Yeah, I thought I was playing Hydra for a while. Forgot I was just playing normal. Normie game. Can these units even fit? I got a Vulture out there somehow, didn't I?
Your forces are under
Maybe not.
attack.
No, maybe they're all spinning. Indeed they are.
The fuck are you looking at?
Hell yeah.
Your forces are under attack.
So there you go. That's how you beat the easy AI. This is basically easy AI. It does fucking nothing. And like I said, I'm a terrible player, so... If I can do it, you can too.
Now unit energy.
Hey, I almost scanned 3 expansions. Alright. Yeah, no kidding. Whenever I play normal Brood War, I get depressed. It's not as fun. Well, you can make that your broader goal. Get good enough to beat me. Alright. So what is next on our to-do list here? To-do list. I was in the middle of doing... I've got to do a lot of unit responses. I've got to script out unit responses for the Author, the Smashburger, and the Halo. Map 2 triggers need to be done still. Was there other equipment that I needed to test? Let me take a look at what you said. You said that you got the chicken checkers stuff done, I think. Besides Kenyan Special, obviously. But I saw that you did chicken legs. And steeled spatula. Hell yeah. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. Okay. So now I just need to, find the chicken chucker. There we go. Okay. That's new. Why are there different orders for stopping and moving as a different... that will never get me. Alright. So there was an ability for the chicken checker. It was the Morning Glory one, I believe. I just have to find out. What tech did I say it was? Because my changes got destroyed. Oh yeah, I should do that too. Just note that down so I don't forget it later. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, yeah. I have to go and scroll up until I find my junk. Oh, here we go. Oh, I actually wrote it in the unit def. Don't I feel dumb? Here we go. Yeah, 35 is... What did I get pranked by? Oh, thanks. I actually have never played Dark Reign. At some point, it's on my list to play. I've played a lot of RTS games. I plan on playing, at least trying them all, hopefully completing most of them. Oh, for Smashburger stuff, I just wrote in that in parentheses, that in brackets. So that's like if we have time. You were mentioning for Akhmek is like Fire of the Gods or something. I forget what it's called. Yeah, Fire of the Gods, and then the Smashburger is red meat, like we already know about that. Yeah, I haven't tested any of those yet. I'm firing up the stuff for that particular purpose. Alright, so this is Pizza Boy. Well, eventually, I think I may have already downloaded something related to it. Let me see. I don't remember if it was the first or the second one. Oh yeah, I do have the first. I have Dark Reign 1 and 2. Its expansion pack and 2. Well, there you go. I have them somehow. I think you can get them at oldgames.ru. It's a Russian site, but you can use Translate or whatever. Alright, so this is supposed to be... 5... Exploding fan voice. What pizza upgrade? Are you talking about Pizza Quest? Or are you talking about one of the pizza abilities? Alright. Time to get these strings done. So that's W. The fuck is 22? Why did I use that instead of what? Psychotic. Cooking thighs. Do you even know what that's a reference to? At some point, somewhere down the line, I don't remember if it was me or somebody else, but somebody, probably me, made a joke about this really fat guy named Tony, which is where the Tony meme comes from, how he would take an entire frozen pizza and just place it between his thighs, and while sleeping, because he's so fat and he sweats all the time, the heat of his thighs would cook the pizza so that when he woke up, he would be able to eat some pizza. And this psychotic idea has now transcended time and space and become immortalized in a Starcraft mod as an upgrade. What a disaster. Yeah, was that the first map that used it? I don't remember. I know because AI Attack 2 came out after In Consummate came out, so I think by that point we were just getting used to it. Didn't I write out ideas for these already? Or taglines or whatever? Was that another epic GIF? Mixer is very strange, man. Alright, so this is Q. Oh, this is actually supposed to be... That's psychotic. I'm glad that that was in my fucking copy paste. Okay. W. Hopefully that tooltip fits. That's my main concern. I can't believe the tooltips that I write sometimes. Oh, fuck. All right. Yeah, Half-Life 2 cry. I forgot about that one. Chicken eggs are spider mines, yeah. Right, yeah. I know what you mean. Hopefully the unit limit is... Oh, I missed that guy leaving. See you later, Keegan. Let's see. Yeah, unit limit restriction. Hopefully we can get that done at some point. What I think is going to happen, though, I maybe I'm wrong, but I think you're going to run into a situation like halfway through your campaign's development where you're going to hit the unit limit and you're going to be like, what the fuck? I didn't even think this map was that big. And it's already hitting the unit limit. And then you're going to spend like an entire month fixing that. Just like you had to do with Firegraft, right? Like you had to make a new grafting tool. You had to make GraftQuare and MapQuare and all these other fucking tools just so that you could mod properly. And then you're going to get like halfway there and you're going to run into this limitation and you're going to be like, what the fuck? So then you're going to fix it. That's what I think is going to happen because you're not going to be able to... I don't think you'll be able to complete any campaign without hitting the unit limit. Like, I didn't even... Stormborn's a large-scale map, right? But I don't think it's the largest-scale map that we'll ever see, certainly. And certainly not even that large-scale, honestly. Like, when you really look at it, it doesn't really feel like it's that big of a deal as far as scale goes. And yet... it still hit the unit limit, and it's especially after I can edit the AI to work properly. You best believe it's hitting the unit limit. So pretty bad, honestly, but it's okay. Okay, so if we find build. What did I decide build the dog was? Oh, 35. Ba, 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 ba. All right, I shall return momentarily. I'm just going to use the bathroom, grab some water and all that. And, yeah. BRB. What exactly is what is the most difficult aspect of working on the whatever it's called? The unit extender, the unit limit extender. Looks like I don't even have Boston cream in here. Okay. That's useful information. Instead of equip, it's become. Become the Bark Master. Okay. I forgot that I did that. That is a good bit. I like that. Anime, police, void. Don't pick void. Ay, ay, ay.
What do you need? You got it. Of course. Right away. Of course. Opposite down! Contact. Your thoughts.
Void. What was I testing in here? Oh, yeah.
Upgrades complete. Are you my dog?
Okay, the tooltips are too long. That would be pretty psychotic. All right. Refocusing here for a moment. Still got plenty of AI to do. Still got plenty of triggers to do. Still got plenty of unit responses to do. So let's finish Steve and then move on to me. Me, actually. We've set up our weapons and button sets. I guess I'll upload that work so that iClear can use it later. All right, let's get to attacking here. I wonder if I fucked that up in the other map too. I don't think so though. And the plot thickens with how poorly this fucking tile set was designed. XD, by the way. Oh, okay. I see they didn't have the same issue here. A different intern designed this one. Check out some tooltips. Hell yeah. Oh, that was quick. I guess it was easy enough to just throw that in there. Maybe you can also at some point throw in the other functionality, but I assume that's a bit more complicated. Oops. I didn't even know I had that program open. Bong. Oh. We are in the wrong one. Oops. We're also in the wrong map to be doing all any location-based changes. So let me fix that. And I'll test out and make sure that everything is up to snuff here. Yeah, I'm going to do that now. I just need to compile the plugin. Well, the only feature I really need from MTL is the stuff that unlimits the player colors. So if you can add that, then I can just remove MTL entirely. Oh, MTL has some other general purpose features that I'll need to we'll probably need to ask Nave about. Oh, I didn't add in the wow. Not only did I not add in the plugin, I didn't add the config either, so that was a real psychosis. Just go ahead and fix that. And while we're at it, we might as well add in the new tile set stuff. I'm still flabbergasted by how atrociously designed the ice tile set actually is. Though admittedly, I don't think I'll ever not be fucking flabbergasted by that, but whatever. Yeah. Well, we need color stuff. There's also a rare crash that can happen on startup that was fixed. I don't know what whether he documented it or not.
Upgrades complete. What do you want?
Okay. Seems fine. That's really good that we ended up adding that in, though. I'm a fan of that.
Upgrades complete. What do you want?
Oh, I don't have the right shit here, I guess.
Upgrades complete. Upgrades complete. Huh? Upgrades complete. No. Upgrades complete. Huh?
Okay. There we go. Oh. That's fine. After today, there's 2 days. So... and we should have most of the 30th as well, actually. Like, I'll be doing a morning mod stream, and that'll be the last one. So I guess we have 3 mod streams after this one.
Upgrades complete. You just barking at me?
Okay. Cool.
Upgrades complete. Upgrades complete. I wonder what Ahmed... Hold this bullet for me. Huh? Hold this bullet for me. Maybe.
Annihilated.
Hey. What is that? No.
What do you need?
Huh? You're just barking at me? Hey.
Hello.
For some reason, it's not the graphic is not getting rid of being
Hold this bullet. What is that?
not ever disappearing. I'm not sure why exactly,
Vote.
but
Anything you ask.
also I think the timer is off. It's supposed to stun them for 2 seconds.
Are you my dog? What is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's more like 5. Maybe I wrote the wrong thing in there though. No, steel spatula is supposed to do that. Don't maelstrom my dog.
I am
Listen, I don't know
subscribed
why
to you.
it's not going away.
Just barking at me?
Oh, hi. Right
I
away.
wonder what Ahmed.
Dude, that's not the right sound, is that?
I'm ready for combat.
Deep fried goodness.
What's next?
I wonder what Ahmed would do.
Deep fried goodness in America.
Maybe?
Bye. That's a crash for loading. Can't have any transports. Oh. All right. Anyway, so we tested steeled spatula. I don't remember if there was anything else we needed to test, but we also tested the stuff that you just worked on. So the more bullets, yay port. I'm not sure. I think it might just be a GRP draw error. But it's not really that important unless it crashes in when he loads into bunkers, I guess, but even then he's not going to have an access to them.
What do you want?
No, that's fine.
Just barking at me? Yeah, no. Like, yeah.
Greetings, Command.
What?
I wonder what Ahmed would do.
Wait, what? Then why did it crash at all? Oh, it's that unit specifically, right?
Are you my dog?
Yeah, so it's just a GRP thing.
Upgrades complete.
Oops.
I am subscribed to you.
I wonder why.
What Ahmed?
Might have something to do with that.
Hey,
There's no transport wire for that unit, I would guess, or something like that, something to that effect. That's not really that much of a big deal, though. Never happens in the actual maps. All right, let's finish selecting our attack targets. Oh, no, we haven't added attack move for them, unfortunately. That's something that I forgot about. I guess I'll add that to the optional list here. They don't have turrets, though. I wish there was a way to make it so that they didn't need them. But I can try to set something up. I don't even know how to make an invisible turret. I've never done that before, so I'll need to learn how to do that. Oh. Okay. If you say so. Yeah, that's fine. It's okay to do it this way. I just mean, in general, I wish it was a little bit simpler, you know? Bye. I'll check that out in a second. I gotta use the bathroom real quick, and then I'll get back to this.
game runs like this. The only thing you really know is what you can put into words.
All right, I have finally returned. Here we are. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody is doing well. Close that. Minimize that. And trying to imagine what could possibly be the issue with that. Maybe there's something in here. No. Fuck. What's up, Balethel? How are you? So Icor suggested giving it the normal tank image, but there is no normal tank image. We gotta figure this out as well. There's the Goliath base, but the Goliath turret has been replaced. I'm trying to figure out if I already replaced this as well. I know I replaced the siege tank turret. It's just called Tank Team. So I have not replaced it. reasonable. Let me figure out what the actual issue is before I do anything else. Oh, it's for an overlay, I think. I DM'd you the address. Maybe it's because there's an overlay here? It doesn't look like it. There's no overlay in weapons DAT anyway. I don't know about the rest. Very confusing. So how's your Spartan coming along there, Bill Hall? Oh. Ah, yes. LOL and LOA. And I set them to 0, I guess. So I should be adding one of them over or something? I don't know. I can't get in game because there's an overlay related crash. So I don't know. I don't see a tank T. I guess I'll have to go and open up. Reference. No, it's only that then. Looks like the same crash. Yeah. Someone. So, oh, wait. I think I only imported image units and not images. So. Okay, now we're good. So it seems to work fine. The problem is that giant overlay, which is probably in the iScript of the turret, if I had to guess. The Halo also is supposed to attack with neutron flare, but I never, I have to re-import it somewhere. Yeah. Apparently, Maelstrom is supposed to use G-Fire instead of O-Fire for its stuff. It doesn't. So maybe when you're spawning in, you're not using remapping or something. I'm not sure how that works out exactly. No. There was an overlay when I was attacking. It was the same overlay as normal. Yeah, that's all implemented. You can train the unit. That's simple enough. Here, I can demonstrate that much. Well, I set it to G-Fire myself, but it's not taking into effect with the steeled spatula is what I was getting at there. Let's acquire home.
That can't fit there, Dad. Structure all set.
Ready to roll out.
Can't they come to me?
So that works, and now we just need... We need to find some GRP that I don't mind replacing, that I have not already replaced. So unit thingy, let's see. Do I have a T-Meme Heal M? Doesn't look like it. So PCS Splash. Spolsh. Nine three, bottom two. And unknown 394 versus 373, 39. Yeah, Halos are supposed to be in map 2. I just wasn't going to have them behave the way that they did. Oh, I need to change the weapon. The fuck? Oh, I don't have the right weapon stat. That would be why. Okay, appear on target unit. I guess I'll have to use this. And then... Oh.
I'm an American. Oh.
Maybe it'll help if I save file.
Deep fried goodness. Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no.
Medic standing by.
Do I know you?
Okay. Yeah, so the reason why... Now, it's coming back to me now, actually. So the reason why it was originally G-Fire is because originally moderators were supposed to do that. They were supposed to do damage like that, you know what I mean? That was supposed to be what they do. Which actually reminds me, I need to do... That was supposed to be fixed a while ago. But yeah, it was basically, that was why it was like that. It was supposed to do that. They were originally going to cast Maelstrom as just an ability, as like a timeout ability, but then I had the idea for Severity, but I didn't know if I was going to be able to get you to implement it. So I had a couple of backup plans, just in case. The fuck? So you've got a similar kind of unit where you're meant to sort of kite around with them then. So why is it... I don't understand this though. This is just a misplaced tile? It looks like it. I'm out of shit for that one. I have no idea why that was like that. It's probably because I was copying and pasting a bunch of shit, but still very confusing. Mildly unreasonable stuff. See if we can't find any other flaws. No, I don't see anything immediately jumping out at me here as fuck. So we'll just go ahead and say probably fine. All right. So now we've got to swap over here. Now I'm pretty sure this is up there. And that we still had some of this stuff right here. Cool. So that's fixed. We fixed all this. Nice. I can't believe how many repairs I had to do to this tile set in order to make it work properly. That still shocks me, man. It's still crazy. Alright. Anyway, good news is we don't have to mess around with that. And we implemented this. Thanks, iQuare, for doing that. So mostly common classes. Oh, that was one other thing that I had to test was you said that you had implemented the cooking thighs for triple HP region. You said you did chicken legs already. I should test that. I think so. I think I already saw that, but I'll double check. All right, so that's better. We can keep track of every individual thing that we need there. And we just finished Steve's AI earlier, right? I think we did anyway. What are we? We've cranked out all these. Did the locations and all that. Oh, there was one other thing that I needed to do, which was well, I guess it's more like in here. Cool. So that's done. Alright, I would say he's probably done. I don't see any immediate issues. Bear blower not found. Fix that right up. Bonk. Nothing there because of that. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, did I even do a... Huh. I don't even know if I did... Oh, no, I did do EXP Rand. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So let me find... area towns. We got 12. Other map will be a little bit easier for me to see. So we know we got 12 and 8. So those two are off the table and 1 is off the table. So otherwise we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Skip 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I just said 12 was off the table, so that's not necessary. And then we can find layout 1, layout 8, and layout 12. Save. Cool. So Steve should be operational. Steve builds a lot of halos and bear blowers in this map, so that's cool. Okay.
We can't fight everything off one by one. But if we make this, we make it work for us.
Create chaos.
Fear. I'm done trying to win over people's hearts.
Listen.
We can work with fear.
Yes, we can. We don't submit to terror. We make the terror.
Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Alright, let me back up that weapons dat shit. Or whatever that hook was, rather. Weapon damage.
More than chaos.
Okay, so I guess we'll get started on
I was designed like this because you people are more comfortable interacting with your own kind.
Oh yeah, that's another thing, right? Is I have to move this somewhere else. Oh, and probably delete these fucking bear blowers. Bing 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 bing. Okay. Just had to get the placement right there. Now, before I do the AI for Darien, what I would actually like to do is finish the base layouts in general. Like, at least some rough outline of all the other base layouts. Because... Oh, this is Mike. I think it makes the most sense to do something like that, rather than worry about, like, I don't know, I feel like I would potentially fuck up something related to AI coordinates. Like, one of the things that I was worried about as an example was going through and finding just because it's annoying to see the fire in this context, we're just going to these to hallucinated. But yeah, I think a good example of stuff that you would potentially screw up if you did them in without actually being able to visualize where all of the AI were going to go and what their buildings were going to be like, what their base layouts were going to be like, is I think you could very easily run into a situation where you are telling the AI to prepare an attack, and it's like a really poor position to actually place your attack force because you're putting them in a ridiculous amount of harm's way or something. At least I could imagine something like that. Okay. Making sure we're all on point here. Oh, that's another thing that I have to do is I have to migrate all the trees and terrain that I moved over. So I think in an ideal world, you wouldn't really write anything that's related to AI attacking, like the attack to regions and stuff, and you might not even fully flesh out the base layouts and where they expand to and how they treat certain areas until you know how all of the AI are going to conceive of the areas, just so that helps you conceive of like what would actually need to be done in a certain situation. Just an idea, anyway. I am liking the fact that I've moved Mike up here, though. This seems like a much better position for him to be in. Not just in terms of survivability, but like I feel like he can have more map impact from this position. And on the flip side, Mongo being moved in the other direction, I think helps players decide whether or not they actually want to engage him as a generic enemy, or if they want to focus on killing his, mind control tower. So Yeah, I don't think there's really a whole lot of room for a third factory, third garage. All right. probably solid enough, I think. Okay. Seems reasonable to me. We can move on to Mongo. Would be funny if I forgot to turn that off and then player one just starts with hallucinated buildings. I would, hair stuck in my mouth somehow. I would, definitely laugh at that, man. Would be a good bit indeed.
the god of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours, regard this earth with envious eye. Slowly, surely, they drew their plans against us.
Okay, so we've got something going on here. So at this point, I'm fairly confident that... well, for one, it's pretty much the end of the stream. That's what I'm confident in for sure. But I'm fairly confident that we'll be able to put something together here. As far as the second map is concerned. Okay. So, can close that now. Let's move on to crack. This fucking crack. Well, I think we're good with that. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do a base over here. Bing, 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 bong. Okay. Now we got one more anime player to go, and then I got to go myself. Alright, I think we've gotten a good bearing here. We obviously have 2 kissing stations, fan club, Beholder's Eye Queer Nest. We need a Dragon Ball altar, of course. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? When I was doing Mike's voice acting, my mother thought I was trying to be Kevin Spacey. Frank Underwood from House of Cards. I don't know how she got that one, but... Okay, I don't know what the fuck just happened there. The Void claimed that structure in my clipboard. Alright. So let's go to copy, cut, paste layer. We're going to untick doodads, untick units, untick fog of war. And... just do one of these. Delete all sprites. Remove fog of war units and doodads. Unfortunately, I feel like maybe that's not actually a cure-all. Because I'm pretty sure that resulted in... Oh, maybe not. This is after the paste. Maybe it's not... Maybe I did all my changes to the tiles there. I don't know. I remember, obviously, I've been like tweaking tiles every now and then when I see something fucked up. But maybe I was doing most of that in the other map anyway. Which is fine. Alright. Well, we've got base layouts for everything, and we've got updated map in terms of like what's buildable and what isn't. Convert these to terrain. Obviously, we need to do this in this map. In order to make those buildable. I think we're good now. I think that got fixed as well. Looks like it. Alright, well, I think we've done it then. I will take this victory. I will say we did a lot of work today. iQuare did a whole lot of work today, too. I like how he said he was too tired, so he didn't do that much work. I woke up to 40 fucking messages. This guy's a fucking legend. I know he's not around anymore. He went to bed, but... I woke up and he had sent me, like, a bunch of plugin files that he's like, here you go. Here's like half of what you need or whatever. Like, maybe not exactly half, but it was a pretty good amount of stuff, obviously. Like, this list was 4 items long for every class, and he did everything besides the Good Boy for Barkmaster. The Good Boy's the weapon. All he needs to do there is add an aura that increases movement and I think attack speeds of dogs. So that apparently is going to be fairly basic. He did, or I'm going to do the attack for the Donut Meister. He didn't really do much for that yet. But he did most of the Steeled Spatula. I can actually delete that now because he just fixed the other bug with it. And he did the chicken legs, which is another item. So he did half of the chicken checker. And he did the cooking thighs for the Pizza Boy. So he did most of the Barkmaster and half of the chicken checker, which puts it at probably like 1/3 of the way there. Or something like that. Something close to that. And of course, he also added. He took care of the void car, having to void enemies. He helped me out with the Halo thing today, so the Halo attacks while moving. It's just a lot of really good shit. So I'm glad about that. So I've got to do some unit response voice acting at some point soon, and my brother's got to come in here for a voice acting session around. I think he said we would definitely be able to do it Wednesday, and we might be able to do some Tuesday as well. So that is the plan. Is get all his voice acting done. And then, yeah, so we got 3 more mod streams of this to go. Like I mentioned earlier... let me just make sure that this is correct. Yeah. So the last Todborne dev stream will be on the 30th, the morning of the 30th. And it is during that time that I will... hopefully conclude all of the polish work and everything else that needs to be done. So thank you for hanging out with me, guys, today. Appreciate it. And we'll be looking forward to setting this project down, and taking up Stormborn, actually, is up next. So later on this week, you'll see me working on that. At the tail end of this week, the last 2 days. And that's that. Yeah. Bye. Kisses.